figured that uh, I'm going to work on it. I can, well, stream it. Um, so I just want to make a um, small like countdown timer, and I think what I need is I will just go to pages and I will create a file almodoro.astro, and there's some code that Copilot created. Not Copilot, whatever this is, ChatGPT. So we're going to call this Pomodoro. Yes. And we're going to call this. This is fine. I don't remember what's the right way to include scripts. I feel like it's something like that. Import. Um, Components. Well, we will see pretty soon. Yeah. Okay. I wish there was a gem. Uh, so it already has some kind of CSS. Not a fan of CSS so far. It uses Flex. No reason it's like vertical space. Yeah, I think I like when I said that I wanted like 1 by 150. It interpreted like the other way around. So yeah, okay, so it's flex and I think we're add gap going to be better. And right, okay, so the export that work. Make it a module. Okay. Um, okay. Let's try that. A pilot labs stuff, and we have custom here, and we're going to say um, make count down work with minutes and seconds. so that I don't know, maybe like that. Okay. Now it should start from I don't know, 45 minutes, not 10 seconds. Oh, okay. I guess we can just 45. Okay. Uh, so that interval is actually like not the greatest thing to use for this. But we're going to ignore it for now. So seconds not assignable to number. So why not? So string and countdown probably could be undefined. And I can kind of probably could find style doesn't exist on element. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that one. Yeah, interesting that it starts from 10 because we have 10 here, so it should be 45. Yeah. Okay. Um, uh, what else? I wonder if we can do something like time before break. 150 is too small. Oh yeah, it's not timer. I know. Okay, I feel like it should be like a bigger font. Maybe even if, yeah, margin bottom. I don't know why it needs margin bottom. And right, so now let's do 5 seconds so that I can test it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we can change. Um, we can change. I guess we have countdown, icon, and title. We can change title text to time to take a break. Yeah. Okay. I think it's fine. We're missing kind of like a restart button, but we're going to worry about that once we get to that. And yeah, some kind of chant wouldn't hurt. I don't know how to do that yet, though. Yeah, let's not worry about it at this time. So if I have this, and if I go to uh, this one, so let's go back to this one. Oh no, sorry, this one. And I feel like it should be bigger. Okay. Okay. Let's say that that's fine. Um, should I be getting value from URL or something? That could be fun. But let's do that right now. Let's just say, hey, 45 minutes. And okay, I think that's going to be it for now. Let's go back to let's go back to Lo-Fi Girl. to say about it. So half of the people got upset about like this list because hey, I don't like next. The other half of the people got upset. Hey, I want to use something simpler. And if you scroll way, way, way down there, and if you find we can stop you, so which is like nice nice way of putting it. So let's see some stats. uh, this is my YouTube thing. 0 viewers, it seems. This is my Twitch thing. 1 viewer. Oh yeah, I wanted to show my follower goal. I don't know where it is now. Goals. Yeah. um, time to take a break. I think the idea is that you should be taking breaks to talk to the chat, but we have 0 viewers. It's not that much sense in talking to the chat, right? Oh, okay. Do I need to figure out something? I think I should just talk what I what I got working. So at work we have chat app, and in chat have what is usually called a roster. That's where you show your users, your group chats and stuff. And we have a lot of stuff happening in in our roster, and we want to introduce kind of like virtual rosters. So in your if you use Gmail, you can imagine going to Gmail, and instead of having thing, you kind of have it when you go back when you go to your default Gmail, you see important updates, so not social, but promotion, social, all of that, all of those things. But you can also click to all uh, all mail, and it will show you just your ads in kind of like just a regular order, and that means uh, should I figured I should bring the chat back, otherwise I might forget. Um, so uh, so you are kind of switching between views, this view and that view, and we want to do different views in our roster as well, so you can look for um, chats from specific customer, or if you want to do um, like only unread messages or something like that. So there should be a way to kind of like set all of this up. And I'm just updating our like types in our implementation so that it is aware of that kind of stuff. So I think we're going to call. So now the question is like, how do I update this timer? No, studio mode. Go to description, go to Pomodoro, and I can't like click on it. I need to add some kind of like functionality like that. Um, I can probably reload it somehow if I make it invisible and then show it back up. Will that work? I could have killed our localhost stuff, so Let me. Okay. What about now? Okay. An empty page. Okay, have a typo there. Okay, and we are back. uh, so let's hope to see someone. 45 minutes, right? Let's go back to which one? This one. Yep, music. As I said before break. That's unfortunate.
and TLDR. I've dropped the co-host because he didn't respond and is clearly not here, so I'm just going to go at this alone today. Okay, story
All right, I got my water.
one
Did I miss anything?
Oh, shit.
Want to talk about Hacker News?
Yeah. Has Hacker News still been up?
I think it's around.
Still going?
I think it's around.
Oh, good.
It's really a shadow of his former self. I don't think anyone really reads it aside from us now.
Right.
But
yeah.
I mean,
well, what's been happening?
This first story on our list, it's just basically verbatim a story that we covered, I think, on our last episode, maybe 2 episodes ago, which, given our current cadence, means that it was like 9 months ago. But like, it was one that you put on as a joke that was just like, you know, oh, they found that like physical buttons are like better or safer or whatever than touchscreens in cars. And it's just like, you brought it on as a joke thing. I didn't necessarily know that you'd done this just as a full joke, just to be like, how on earth did someone get grant funding to determine this profoundly obvious thing? That's just the most common of sense.
Right.
Apparently it was not, not only did that person manage to get funding, some other person managed to get funding to prove the exact same thing again 9 months later and get onto Hacker News again. So here we are. Apparently this is the new Hacker News darling story of the year that they're going to keep reposting every couple months until I don't even know, touchscreens are banned in cars or something.
Yeah, hopefully that's soon. Honestly, I was going to ask when you posted this link, haven't we covered this already? And now it's all coming back to me. We have. And it was so obvious that I had forgotten about it. So yep. What I don't understand is like, this is also like every car review also includes this, and I watch a lot of car reviews because I'm a car guy now. I didn't just say that out loud. Ignore that. We're going to edit that out.
No,
I watch car reviews and you know, every time they're like, oh, that it's too much touchscreen, not enough physical controls. And they've been like, these reviews have been occurring for years. So I guess there's just like a long lead time on when they design cars, and all of the cars that came out this year were like designed in like 2012 when touchscreens were really cool or something. And then in the intervening years, they've seen all the reviews and they're like, oh shit, our car that's coming out in 2023 is still going to have a touchscreen, but it's too late and we can't do anything. I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't know if it's a cost-cutting measure or like supply chain
that's
thing.
A great point. You know what? That's 100% it. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're going to have some screen up in around that place. And, you know, the marginal cost of hiring an engineer to put the AC controlled into the iPad is going to be less, I guess, than trying to actually wire it all up properly and do all the whatever quality assurance testing you have to do to make sure that the button doesn't stop after you press it 10,000 times. But I agree with you completely that it feels like a long foregone conclusion that you're going to want buttons, like at least for the stuff that you're going to be fiddling with on a regular basis. It's very much like a recurring thing on, you know, Accidental Tech Podcast, where they talk about, you know, whenever they bring up cars, they complain about the lack of physical buttons, you know, or I guess, or like that was the
I guess that's fair.
The story that we've got on our list today is 500 points, so less, but that's just 6 days ago. You know, another like big success, you know, big story on HN to rack up 500 points even. And this one does seem more focused on safety.
Right. Yeah. So I guess everybody aesthetically decided or like realized that touchscreens were a bad idea, but then it's still cheaper to have touchscreens in the cars. But then if you can prove it in a safety manner instead of just aesthetics, then there's some more validation to actually make the change. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, the real story is like there's only one manufacturer of like, you know, AC dials for cars or something that somehow patented it like 200 years ago and have somehow kept refreshing their patent. And it's like literally, you know, they've decided to start charging extortionist prices during the, you know, supply chain disaster. And,
yeah,
you know,
they're funding the safety research.
Exactly.
Okay. Our second story is a bit old. It's from 37 days ago, and it is the debut of Lottie 4.0 for iOS. And Lottie if you don't know, which I did not know until I read this article, is a open source cross-platform library from Airbnb for motion graphics to make the Airbnb app look good and have nice smooth animations and everything. And 4.0 came out, and the major thing is significant performance improvements. And I was like, ooh, that's exciting, because I always like performance improvements in my app. And so I was starting to read about the performance improvements, and this is where the story turns into a bit of a rant for me about
Kenny
frameworks.
ranting about frameworks.
About frameworks, just a
what a
little
shocker.
bit. So this is truly insane. In my mind, I was honestly dumbfounded reading this article, because I've spent, so basically their old version, I guess Lottie 3.9 and below, I don't know what the version was, but whatever came before 4.0, used a very high CPU percentage, and they have tools to measure, how much CPU the app is using up for a given animation. And it seemed crazy high. It was like hovering up to like 20% of your phone's CPU was being used for just like animating stuff. And I've made a few apps, and I've done some iOS work, something like, 10 years of it or something. And I've never had 20% of the CPU be used for animations. And then I was thinking, you know what? I've never even measured it, because I've never made an animation that had any impact on the CPU. And the reason is because the default way to do animations on iOS uses no CPU. Okay. So we start at 0%. Okay. So the reason why I haven't, had to upgrade my libraries is because I started at 0% usage. It doesn't need any performance improvements. And in fact, not only is the default way take no CPU usage, I don't even know how to make an animation on iOS that would take any CPU usage. Because the only way I know how to do it is the default way that Apple provides in the documentation, which is all GPU rendered. So it takes no CPU usage. And this framework finally had their own custom thing they were doing using up all the CPU. And the big thing that this new release did was just use the default way of doing it.
That is devastating.
I don't know if my frustration has come across strong enough.
It definitely has. I honestly thought that Core Animation was like their new proprietary rendering engine. And they were like, these performance improvements brought to you with, powered by our new engine, Core Animation, which is, now that I look at it, obviously a iOS API.
Right.
It is
the default way to make animations. Exactly. Right.
Which leads us to the horrifying and inevitable conclusion that their previous thing was just like, let's just make a UI view and set like a timer that's going to go off in 1/60th of a second to move it to a new position or something. Like, that's got to be it, right? It's got to be at that level of like, I don't even know how to just render a dot in iOS, whatever primitives you would use. But it was just like, fully just like entirely handling all their own like keyframe timing and everything instead of using the default stuff. And that is just truly devastating. Well done to Airbnb.
In fact, they exactly what you described is what they're saying in this paragraph about the CA display link, which is basically a function that runs, that is like, it's like a callback that is called once per frame. So once per frame, they had all of this custom code that they were doing, exactly like you described, to do all of their animation.
Here's a question. I don't know how much you dug into Lottie, but it says it's cross-platform, and I'm in the docs now, and it lists Android, iOS, web, React Native, and Windows. So the core animation bit is how, I see. Today we're releasing Lottie 4.0 for iOS. So I see. So it's the iOS target. They still have got their own Lottie specific way of specifying the animation, but on iOS it now uses core animation. Okay, yeah. It's astonishing. It's really astonishing they didn't do this out of the gate. Like, how? All right. And it took until 4.0 to pull this off, too. So all of this, I see. All of this is iOS specific. This is all checking out now.
Yes, and I guess they didn't do it, and I'm sure what they, I can envision the conversations that were had in all the versions before 4, which were like, oh, we want this cross-platform thing. Let's have a standard format. Let's try to figure out how to do it as similar as possible in all of these things. And I'm sure all of these platforms have some callback that is like the display loop, and so they can have to get down to the display loop to make sure that it's similar on all of these things. And they have like a custom JSON format that they use where you can just describe your animation in JSON in their format, and it will render the animation to all of these, all of those different things. And it just feels like one of those examples of like, if you just had one guy dedicated to doing the animations on iOS and a different guy dedicated to doing the animations on Android, wouldn't that have been simpler than trying to write this cross-platform library that does it in all non-custom, in all custom ways, that takes up a whole bunch of CPU, but at least there only has to be one guy that writes the animation once.
Yeah.
But you've probably got like a team maintaining this library.
Yeah. I mean, but like the fact that they've got to like, there's still so much work to take however you specify a Lottie animation and to like implement, the logic that, for a particular target, like where the target is web or React Native or iOS. Like I honestly, it just seems like it would have been easier just like if you're starting from scratch, you just have your little .lottie files, which is actually what they're called, for specifying your lotties, lottimations. I don't know if that's the term.
I
but like just starting from scratch, it just seems like surely that would map more easily onto the core animation APIs as as a for a developer than it would be for them to try to like do something that it kind of goes against the whole ethos of the OS and do all this custom stuff. I don't know. It's a weird call. I don't know enough about this, so I'm sure it made sense to them at the time, and maybe they were trying to share. They had some weird thing where they were able to like use some other animation library that worked in iOS and Android or something. They were trying to share some more code instead of using the platform specific stuff. But I guess I'll just leave it at good for them for finally making the right call. And Lottie 4.0 for iOS seems very cool.
Yeah, seems good and seems like it's improving. And they even have the author acknowledged at the bottom, Brandon Winthrop. So Brandon, if you're listening, thank you for making Lottie. I will debate you live somewhere about the usefulness of cross-platform libraries.
Let's jump ahead to a truly insane mad scientist project, which is building an internet-scale meme search engine. It's a website, I guess, called findthatmeme.com, which you can just visit. But the story that made it on Hacker News is, this blog post, kind of an engineering-y blog post that described their approach for... I just punched my mic by accident. That described their approach for taking a meme and running OCR on it that is basically good enough where they could then like take the OCR, the text that's been extracted via OCR from the meme image, and then just use that, to like just like use, a kind of pretty standard, let's see what they're using here. Full text search with Elasticsearch. So they take whatever the OCR output is, plug it into Elasticsearch, and then they kind of have implemented like a pretty basic search engine over their corpus of memes. They were interestingly talking about their initial experimentation trying to use Tesseract OCR, which is one that definitely sounds familiar to us, since we know, we've got some friends who are, involved in Tesseract. But apparently Tesseract doesn't, play great with all the craziness in memes. The fact of, different font colors and different font sizes and just entirely different fonts all in the same meme. So he had a couple examples of Tesseract just really butchering the actual OCR bit. And then he pulled that same meme into his iPhone and just used the built-in iOS, copy text from a photo functionality that's now baked into iOS, and it worked perfectly. And
Oh my
so what he
gosh.
decided to do was
Oh
buy
no.
a bunch of cheap second gen iPhone SEs and just like write an iOS app, like kind of queue process where like all of these phones are running all the time, pulling down like an image from the queue and just like automatically using the iOS Vision framework to pull the text out of it and then store it in the database. And literally just had racks of iPhones running this OCR using the built-in iOS APIs. And that is how Find That Meme was implemented.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I mean, that's the sort of thing that I would do, but there's no reason to do that at all. That is insane. This guy's lost it.
He has fully lost it. I honestly couldn't believe this was happening. It's very unclear from the text of the post whether or not he did this like as a troll or something, or if it's just like, yeah, I don't know, I just couldn't think of like how else to do it, and this seemed like it worked. And then all the HN comments are just like, if the top one is basically like, if it's stupid but it works, it's not stupid. And this is great. 5 stars. Which I absolutely love.
That's a great quote. I mean, the picture of just like the quote unquote rack mounted iPhones, it's just like 4 iPhones stacked on top of each other, plugged into Raspberry Pis and like with fans nearby. That's hilarious.
It is legendary. I love that this was done, and I love even more that it worked apparently super well.
I mean,
so
the vision,
good on them.
I was just talking to that using native API, so I can't fault the guy.
Yeah, who wants to use some cross-platform server-hosted OCR software?
That's so funny. So now, wow. Oh, okay. So it was I was thinking about the pricing, and I see he gets into it here. So those iPhones were each only $40 because he was buying used iPhone SE second gens.
Yep.
And I was thinking like, at first when I first saw this and first understood what was going on, I was thinking, why not just get like a Mac Mini? Because that Vision framework runs on a Mac as well. But that would be it would be $500, and here he's buying $40 times 4, so quite a bit less.
And the second gen SE, that's the one. It's got Touch ID. This is the one that's basically like an iPhone 6, I think, based on this photo. 6 or 7. It's like pre-Face ID, post-Touch ID, and after the 5, because it's after the edges got rounded, whereas the 5, I think, had the flat edges, right? And then they went away up until relatively recently. So, I mean, that's way back there, the second-gen iPhone SE. The SE that I had must have been, up until recently, must have been, are they up to fourth gen SE now? That sounds...
I don't know. I don't think so, but they could be. I've lost track.
But I wonder what chip
it does
this
have.
is.
I think the key piece is that it has the neural engine, which is the Apple chip that runs neural nets, hardware accelerated. So even if it's
this is maybe
processor,
the first,
right? Yeah, it's probably the oldest one that's still, the first SE that does it for sure.
Wouldn't be super surprised if like price performance, it would have still been worth it to get like, I don't know, a used Mac Mini as well. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder what you would get a Mac. What you would need for the Mac Mini, you would need an M1.
Yeah.
Mac Mini.
Are there the neural engine? Is that a chip? And are there like system on a chips now that have multiple neural engines, so it can kind of like do some parallelization, or is it all just the neural engine's always just one? There's only one per per device.
I don't know anything about it really. I think there's only quote unquote one per device, but there have been multiple versions of it, I think, across different devices.
Gotcha. Yeah. Anyway, I loved this project. A true HN darling here. 777 points currently. Another great tie-in with previous HNTLDR episodes is that one of the top comment on the top comment, or top reply to the top comment, is a description of, do you remember very early episode, we discussed beeper.com. It is the
Beeper.
all, cross, like, all-in-one chat app that is somehow able to pull in messages from everything.
Are they still going?
The website is still live.
Okay.
It's still here. I don't know if it's live or if it ever made any money or anything like that.
They have 5 open roles at Beeper.
No.
If you've been laid off recently, consider Beeper. Beeper.notion.site.
Those are all volunteer roles, right? For people who want to contribute out of the benefit, out of the goodness of their heart to finally solving the cross-message app problem. No, I refuse. DevOps, senior front-end, senior Android, lead iOS, and backend. All right. And here it is. They've got a link on their jobs page to the story that we covered originally. This was real early HNTLDR, January 20th, 2021. So I think we were, I don't know, under 2 months in,
Yeah.
It's pretty well. Anyway, the reason why this ties back into Beeper is apparently this was actually not too dissimilar of a technical approach from what Beeper was using to pull iMessages off of iPhones and pull them into their server, which is that you had to sign into iMessage through your Beeper account, like probably just hand over your credentials. And then Beeper had 50 iPhone 4s sitting around, and they would they have scripted a thing where I guess specifically on iPhones, you can have a bunch, be signed into a bunch of different iCloud accounts possibly through some API. But you can't do this on, the server VMs that run macOS, whatever those are called. But you can do it on iPhones. And so they were literally, doing periodic checks by signing a person in on one of these iPhones in the Beeper office, pulling down all of their iMessages using, into the app, and then, taking the content and then pushing it into Beeper servers. Absolute madness.
That is absolute madness is the only thing I can say.
So we'll link to the photo from the the tweet from the founder of Beeper that shows the 40 iPhones sitting on his desk that they're using to implement this strategy. It's incredible.
Incredible.
Do you want to jump into the text-to-speech
Sure.
triple threat here?
All right. Text-to-speech triple threat. There have been a number of impressive... Well, since we last recorded, there have been tons of AI cool advances in various
just fully
forms.
taken over the world.
Completely taken over.
Since the hotness as of our last recording was this cat does not exist or something, and now we've got 85 other far cooler, far more game-changing things that have happened in the meantime. We're a very good news podcast. Good for us.
Oh yeah. Crypto is dead. Web3 is dead. AI is everywhere. Debates on ChatGPT are endless. But one little corner of it, which I think is cool, is text-to-speech. And there are a few different ones, a few interesting things on Hacker News. One of them is Volley, not Dolly, but Volley, which is Microsoft's new text-to-speech model. And all of these blog posts have tons of little samples. The one that Microsoft came out with can, with 3 seconds of training of a sample of a voice, use a transformer to convert their standard text-to-speech model into something that sounds like the speaker, which is cool and a little scary, but without talking too much about the larger implications, is just a sick demo. And listening to all of these sample audio is just sounds so good.
We should probably change the name of the podcast to ignoring the larger implications. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it could be kind of a fun podcast concept.
That actually is a good concept.
Discussions of practical utility, ethics, humanity's humanity's ongoing existence is all banned, and we just talk about how cool the demos are of every new AI thing.
Well, what's I think that would be very popular because that's basically how Silicon Valley has been run for the past 30 years.
And it's all been great, and nothing bad has ever happened.
Yeah. Yeah, no problems at all.
But yeah, the zero shot thing, so good. Where that tiny, it's kind of meta in that the interesting thing about this is just how fast it can train, on new inputs. And
Yep.
that's something that, is exciting. I don't know, it's like near miss learning or something, that kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, actually doing something qualitatively different, as a result of user input, as opposed to just being something that can handle a lot of user input, but does kind of the same thing every time, I guess. So this one, it does make sense. This, that they don't really have like a Chat GPT style, like real like demo that people can just play with. It's all just like, they've got examples that they already trained themselves, based on, the 3 seconds of speaker input. You can like see how well it lines up, how well the generated stuff lines up. But I would really love to be able to plug in my own voice to this. But this is not the kind of thing you want to necessarily open up on day one to the world. Even though theoretically people could train their own, I think.
Right, yes. And when you do have to start thinking about the larger implications, the ability to fake other people's voices is probably pretty concerning for lots of different things. But it would be cool when you're just not
I
feeling
can't think of anything bad.
into, if you have it as a personal use, then it would be cool to just, sit there and type out your responses in a meeting, and you've got your little photorealistic avatar that looks like you, and you can just pretend like you're speaking and paying attention in the meetings. But
Yeah.
it's fully automated.
Yeah, you just gotta connect Chat GPT. So really what we need is just like, you need a good speech to text thing that listens to your Zoom call. You plug it into Chat GPT, it generates the response, and then you take whatever Chat GPT says and you plug it into text to speech and have it say that back into your Zoom mic. And then I guess the only bit is like fully artificially generating a face, or like a video feed of your face that reacts realistically to whatever's happening in the Zoom. That's the missing piece here for fully, fully never having to be on a Zoom call again.
Right. And I'm sure
But this
working on
next
it.
bit, oh, they better be. That's the linchpin for the whole idea. I mean, that's $1 billion right there.
Yeah. So Apple is actually productionizing this sort of thing with Apple Book. They're calling it Apple Books Digital Narration, and basically authors can choose to have their books narrated instead of having a professional do it. Just have the digital voice do it, and it's only for certain genres for now. But they have also on the website little samples, and it sounds so close to a human. You really have to like listen to it and like kind of think about whether or not it's a human to decide whether it's an artificial voice or not. And it sounds super smooth.
It's just the kind of thing that I would have expected to have been validated as a concept by a startup that, first, as opposed to like Apple just coming in and seemingly pulling this off flawlessly, like kind of out of the gates, like I hadn't even really thought of this concept like as a pretty like good commercial application for like good speech to text. I mean, I guess it's obvious as an application of text to speech. But I still like hadn't heard of any company or product that did this on this scale. And Apple just seems to have just nailed it. So
Yeah.
it'll be cool. It's honestly hard to believe like how like you get the inflection right on, if there's like a chapter that ends in a cliffhanger or something, some like trashy thriller novel, like there's like a real kind of like subtle thing that you do with your voice, or at least like a way that people read that last cliffhanger line of a chapter in their head. And I'm very curious, the clips that are on this site are definitely really good. I do wonder if little things like that are kind of, you need to have some awareness of the broader context of the narrative to like do a more human intonation. I wonder if it'll be able to handle that, or if like what the systems are for them to go in and kind of tweak the model, um, yeah, if that's possible at all. You know, if it doesn't get it quite right the first time.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I mean, this might get me to download an audiobook of a fictional romance novel for the first time ever. So, you know, gotta
Finding
test it out and
Forever by Mona Ingram. Though that's a made up book, right? Possibly. Yeah, I think it is,
see.
because one of their like partners for publishing the audiobook is Ingram Core Source.
Well, I guess we can't leave the story without mentioning that there is a startup trying to do a similar thing. 11 Labs, but they are just in beta right now. So, but interestingly, this got more traction on Hacker News. This voice does not exist, generative voice AI, and it's the same thing. They say they're the first platform for generating long-form speech in any voice in any language. But they are in
Interesting.
beta. So I signed up and will be interested to try their beta. I mean, they have little
Okay.
samples on their blog post about it.
Yeah.
Which
I
also
saw
sounds
the
great.
Yep. I saw the this voice does not exist on our list of stories here. And I didn't realize that this was, you know, actually connected to an actual product that, you know, they're trying to sell.
Right.
That's
They've
pretty cool.
somewhat
A lot of
co-opted
learns.
the this X doesn't exist format into something that doesn't really, it's not the
Yeah.
same. You're not like guessing or generating it on this website, but
Right. Yeah. They just have that as the title of their blog post, which is pretty clever. Because then, you know, uh, you get people to your startup website, even though they think they're going to be going to some dumb single use website, which people do discuss in the comments that, you know, this should, you know, get listed on. Apparently, someone has made a kind of collection of all of the this whatever cannot does not exist sites, which is fun because there's so many now. It's thisxdoesnotexist.com. And so you can scan through all of these little, you know, whatevers don't exist demos that have been created, and, you know, have them all in one place. So hopefully that or now and a little great little bit of HN internet trivia, which is the Gale.com FAQ, which is just you go to Gale.com, GAIL.com, and it's just like the world's simplest HTML page. That's just explaining the story of Gale.com, which is that somebody got it, some nice lady named Gail. Her husband registered it as a birthday gift for her back in 1996. Apparently, the site got almost 6 million hits in the year 2020 because of people misspelling Gmail or missing the M. People, you know, there's all these questions of like, why do you get all these hits? It's just because of people misspelling Gmail. That's it. And like, there's like you know, there's a few other questions on here. Like, are you interested in selling Gale.com? No. Are you interested in monetizing it by adding in ads? No. And it's just like this very like, I don't even know, like old-timey internet, anti-capitalist little FAQ page that ends with a link and the logo of the Electronic Freedom Foundation. And it's just like, just made to be HN bait. So
that is fantastic.
Congratulations to Gail for running
Yeah,
the greatest and most wholesome website I've seen in a while.
that's fantastic. I even got concerned when she one of the FAQs is how many times a day is the page visited, and then I got concerned because there's no CSS on this webpage. I got concerned that there might be some JavaScript tracking on this webpage.
Oh,
But as far as I
horror.
can tell, there is not. And they're just using HTTP pings as their count, must be, which is fantastic. I love it.
Yep. Well, these stats are all for the year 2020. So I'm guessing exactly what you said. They keep a log of all the HTTP pings, and then they just go back every year, every 3 years, whenever they damn well feel like it, and update the stats. I guess it's been a couple of years since they bothered to come in and, upload an updated index.html via FTP to whatever crappy little server this is running on. The funniest FAQ on here that I didn't mention yet is that, the sample question here is, I tried to send some photos to my girlfriend and typed gale.com instead of gmail.com. The photos were of a very personal nature. Can you please delete them? So they're clear to clarify that everything just goes into the void except for two email addresses, which is presumably like her and her husband or something like that. And everything else just gets does not get processed and goes to the void. So very thoughtful of them. But if they really wanted to monetize, forget about Google AdSense or whatever. Just all of the blackmail opportunities of
oh, absolutely,
missent emails going to gale.com. I mean, can you imagine?
That is wild. It says later on in that FAQ that their mail server rejects 1.2 million emails a week.
So insane.
That's wild. I've seen that since I've never seen this website. I've never typed gale.com. I frequently type gnail.com. I miss the M. And
right next to each other.
Yeah. And I've had to actually make a bookmark of Gnail that is named Gnail, but the URL is Gmail. So if I mistype it, it'll go to the right spot.
So now, are we able to buy Gnail.com and then?
That's a great question.
Start the blackmail operation.
That's taken by people who are one step ahead of us, I think.
Yep. They're trying to cover their tracks by giving it a 404 not found, but we all know that they're funneling all those missent emails straight into their database.
Well, while we're talking about URLs, this X does not exist.com is available for $14.99 a year.
For every job, as long as they can somehow get the job done. And I basically asked in a poll who people side with.
Okay. I am kind of stuck. I mean, there's just some issue why thing doesn't connect, but the biggest thing is how am I going to connect everything together? And yeah, we'll see. So if I now do this, it should restart. Okay. Let's go back to Lofi Girl. trying to figure out if this is a marketing move or. But if it's genuine, I mean, thank you.
Tech teams run on Notion. Imagine one place where you
YouTube advice that you need to hear. Enjoy.
Phase one is you make something and you post it. That's it. You just got to post something sometime, somewhere. And believe it or not, a lot of you guys haven't even done phase one, which is why I have to outline it. Number two is that you post something consistently. You create a cadence or a calendar around when you post. You find a platform that you like, ideally one that you're probably already using, and you just post again after you posted once. And you say, you know what? This was 7 days apart. If I do this every 7 days, I will now be consistent. For me, I just know that there's 1 day a week that I do all my marketing stuff. What I do on that day changes, but it's always marketing related. And the big rule with volume that I have is that there's no such thing as too long, only too boring. The second rule that I have is quality over quantity, but quantity wins over quality. In order to know what is quality, it usually takes reps to get good. And so you will probably do a lot in the beginning and it will probably suck, and that's okay because it is a requisite for getting good. You start by sucking and then you get better and then eventually you suck so little you're actually good.
I don't know if this is just did they clip it or is it like their own content? I'm not sure what that is. Okay. So we're getting somewhat close. I broke something and I'm trying to, yeah, I might do this. Or I broke this. Okay, let's see if it works. Yay. I'm going to call it yeah. Okay. Okay. I need to drop off. What is that I need to say? I need to improve my Pomodoro timer. I think that's what I'm going to say. And I don't know, like and subscribe. I already see like 1 subscriber on my YouTube channel, which is nice, and like 2 followers on Twitch. So let's go do some numbers. Okay. Bye everyone.